Greetings, everyone. I'm so sorry about the rather long break. It took me, or rather long intermission. It took me forever to get a pot of coffee going. It just would not work out well. Whether it be there weren't enough washed mugs or something along those lines. I'm not usually responsible for maintaining the coffee making equipment, so when something goes awry, it really messes up my day sometimes. Just fix this. Oh, hello, Vault Tech TG. Thank you for so much for stopping by. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How are you doing? And while I wait on that, my name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, you guys will probably notice that we're in a different place than when we left off. That is because there wasn't any music at the Divine Tower of West Altus, so I didn't want you guys to be treated to 15 minutes silence. 15 minutes. I intended for it to be 5 earlier. Yeah, so I chose to go back into the round table hold or table of lost grace, whichever way you want to say it. Before we begin, I do have patch materials to go over. So, as of 6.7, Elden Ring Reforged can be played in other languages. At least 3. We have German, Russian, and Korean. That's 3 people, and more languages will be on their way soon enough. There's a whole group of people who are translating this mod into various languages. There are at least 5, if not more. Japanese will be on its way soon enough, especially as many people in this Discord already work with Japanese. It's not exclusively Japanese, but there are quite a few people here who help, like Zuli the Witch or some other deep diving YouTubers with Elden Ring stuff, Elden Ring cutting room floor material, which is usually in Japanese. So I expect it would be on the way soon enough. Other than that, Elden Ring Reforged now comes with 3 extra files. In particular, the one that I'm really quite interested in, we're opening folder location. So if we go to the mod where this is pointed to, look, there's a changelog, there's credits, there's a readme. Which of course is like in Notepad, but it's a text file. You could copy this over to whatever text file you feel like. Yeah, the change logs are here. You don't even have to post, and not just, the recent change log that comes with that patch. Look at this. Down to version 1.8, where a change log was being maintained. You could go back and look through the entire history of this game if that is what you want to do. I say game, but really I mean mod. You could go back and look at the mod and see what point were major changes implemented, and at what point was the focus, like bugs and stuff. I find the Discord format to be easiest for going over new material. We have 2 spells to talk about. One is a sorcery called Ancient Tracer. We can obtain it from the hidden magical guardian golem of the Dragon Barrow, and basically, other than defeating it for clout, we get a spell. Now, I think we've already defeated this particular guardian golem, so I might have to go back and use the debug tool. There's a separate debug tool that you can use, and the debug tool keeps up with Elden Ring Reforged, or it's supposed to. I don't know if it's kept up with the whole rune crafting update. That might be a little much, but if I need to, I will totally go and conjure the Ancient Tracer once enough time has passed. The other one is an incantation in a place we haven't been to yet. This is called Frozen Lightning Wisp. An incantation obtained from a newly placed giant incantation scarab in the consecrated snowfield, late game material, that summons a lightning wisp to attack the targeted enemy. I have no idea what kind of bullet effect this is. I don't know if it's a summon. I don't know what this wisp does. It's most likely a floating, like, homing projectile, if I had to guess. But we'll know more later on in the series. Some spells were buffed. Charged speeds and poise damage were of many kinds of spells that you can charge have been increased. And Zamor Ice Storm has its Zamor Ice Storm has increased cast speed because Ancient Tracer shares the same cast animation. So any speed increases to Ancient Tracer will affect Zamor Ice Storm and vice versa. The big one, the one I bet people care about the most right now, is the weapon scaling. So I might be able to demonstrate this with some weapons, with some plain Jane weapons. I'm trying to find it. Right. So Dagger had one of those, like, really strong S scaling, and I bet one of the other things that might have changed is consumable scaling. No, consumables are fine. I guess they're in a different balance metric. This seems to have gotten a change. I'm trying to think of a good one. Something that only had, like, one scaling to speak of. Ah, okay, like any Great Axe, basically. That isn't like a specialty weapon. So if we look at like the Warped Axe, this used to have like S scaling before. It has A and E now. Pretty much, my guess is quality, keen, and heavy weapons were all like buffing the scaling to absurd values. And so it was probably changed. Like it says it outright. There's always at least a 10% split. There's always a little bit of splitting between dex and strength. There's lots of stuff that got changed in weapon scaling. There's a lot of hidden small implications that aren't mentioned with the weapon scaling change. That will probably become more apparent later. Another one people might care about is the Fortune of Latenna and Fortune of the Paladin. Now only decrease movement speed while in combat instead of movement speed all the time, which is nice because that means you're at least not penalized for writing Torrent. The game doesn't take longer just because you've used a Fortune or something. Fortunes are kind of like subclasses in Elden Ring terms. That's as best as I can define it. Stormhill, which if we look at the map, Stormhill is like this area up here. It's like a whole sub-region. This has slightly stronger enemies in base game now, so that's just something to be aware of. It bridges the gap between how hard Stormvale Castle is and how easy Limgrave is, and how much harder Stormvale Castle is. It should bridge that gap a little better. Doesn't feel like a difficulty spike. It feels more like a steep difficulty curve instead, and that makes a huge difference. You wouldn't think so, but it does. So, because I think one of the other things that probably got changed is the Crucible Phantom fight has more on-screen prompts now, because people are still scratching their head at the tutorial, because people don't want to just test and feel. People are too used to spamming dodge. So now there are some on-screen prompts to help you. I have no idea what form the on-screen prompt takes. We could resurrect that boss and find out if we're actually interested. But that's pretty much the only other change. only other noteworthy change, the lean-in. Sorry, I say it's a noteworthy change and then talk about another one. I suppose this other like note here is that the Leonin misbegotten due to ER, that's vanilla regulation 1.09, really changed some models in preparation for the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. So a lot of models got screwed up when updating to the new regulation. This change goes in line with this last change here. It, like, restores the weapon models, and this is gonna be the start of where some of those head lock-on points are also restored. Ancestor Spirit and some dragons that didn't have head lock-ons got them in ER some time ago, and one of the regulations, either 1.08 or 1.09, caused the all kinds of issues. So those head targeting points, those head lock-ons, had to be taken out. So I suspect this is the road. This change here is the road to recovery on that. Because I like being able to target the Ancestor Spirit's head. I don't like having to aim for it. Can't imagine what that's like for bow users or melee attackers. I think that about covers it. We're ready to get back to it. There's nothing here for us to do at the Divine Tower of West Altus, so we're gonna go back to not the sealed tunnel, because, well, actually, I guess we could go to this sealed tunnel, make sure we haven't missed anything in that lake, and then we'll continue along the Lanedale Courtyard or Lanedale Battlefield, basically. How's everyone doing today? I apologize for not talking sooner. I want to make sure I'm heading toward the right area. I think it's over. Yeah, it's over here. I'm okay. I'm better than I have been this past week. I'm working on a physics project, and I'm doing group work alone, which, you know, oh no. Right, the controls are changed. I had my sibling over here playing Elden Ring Reforged, and I forgot that they like to have their yes, I know. It's Unbound. Okay, we should be good to go. Right, I've been working on a physics project, and I've had to basically do the work of 3 people by myself, which, you know, if you stretch that out over a 1-month period, that's not so bad. If that's what I had done at outset, I would have been okay. I would have asked my questions and moved on, but I wanted to rely on my peers. I wanted to, you know, treat it like an actual group project. That was my mistake. And, you know, I really hope it probably will. I get the feeling I'm going to hold this particular experience for a long time, and it's going to color my ability to do group work in any other setting, because I don't want to trust someone else after what happened. I don't. I don't want to be blown out. I would literally rather every instructor give me the L for working alone than to do group work again. At least where we're in a lab setting that we meet once a week, and only once that week. But I'm better. I'm cooled down. I know I still have to work on that, because group work is a kind of a constant in academia. You're constantly working in groups on something, especially in labs. It's way easier to get a big project done when you're working in a group. And in healthy groups, other people are there to challenge your thinking and assumptions. They're there to say, no, what you're doing is not quite right. Let's fix it. Or I'm not sure what you're doing, but I'm also not sure that's correct. Can we maybe ask the instructor? I don't mind that. I prefer if my peers do this rather than hold that back. Because we essentially have group work to do. Why do I feel like this music is louder than it normally is? Don't know why, but I gotta turn it down. I need to be able to hear myself think. Yeah, group work has just been awful, and I've been doing my best to not put that type of thing on Twitter. It's you know, Twitter is quite the garbage dump right now, just because Elon Musk is currently at the helm, making awful decisions for it. Absolutely awful. But I'm on Twitter. I play the game like everyone else does, and I lose. And I lose happily. Because I'm not the person who makes, you know, up-teen posts on Twitter trying to get your tweet seen because of how Elon Musk has structured it. You only get seen if you pay, and at no other time. So without paying $8 a month, playing I'm pretty much here just so I could keep an eye on world events. Someone's going to be telling the truth on social media. Someone's at least going to say, here are all these resources I'm using. Go, don't believe me. Look at them for yourself. I want to, oh, I can't permit this. We're going to, let's see. Can't advertise that. So we're going to ban that for a minute, and we're going to bin that message. Okay. Yep, can't be allowing people to advertise view botting. That's not a good practice. It rewards it rewards cheating, and I don't want to cheat at all. When it comes to Twitch or Twitter or anything else, so just want to play the game properly and win or get burnt by it. Anyone else been subjected to advertisements from ViewBot, like people promoting ViewBots lately? Believe it or not, that's not the first time I've been advertised. I think I can count 3 or 4 on my hand. Most have happened since I've returned back to Twitch from like my 4-year-long break, or hiatus, I guess. It's not really quite a break if you're not taking a break. You're noping out for your mental health. Hello. Hello, Sir Gargoyle. Valiant Gargoyle. I forgot that the Valiant Gargoyles show up on the bridge. Okay, Lutel. Ow. Right, now Lutel will be recovering some bit of health. So, the Twin Blade Valiant Gargoyles... Ow. The twin-bladed ones are, I think, the more dangerous kind. Also, unlike other gargoyles, they do pull out a different weapon to use from time to time. Like that axe you see on their belt. and they could switch them out on the fly. I think the Twin Blade is the deadliest. It is probably the deadliest thing they have. Gotta be careful and, like, balance the aggro between myself and Lutel. This must be the dreaded phase 2. Thank you, Lutel. Yeah, Lutel the Headless is like one of the better spirit summons out there. Just because she is, in fact... Ow. Sorry, I probably should not be doing that very cringe YouTuber thing of saying ooh and ouch. I'll work on that. Alright, we're going to breathe some rot on him. We get the Gargoyle Great Axe, which is just fantastic. Yeah, Lanedell is home to quite a few strange things within its walls. There are gargoyles, there are tree sentinels, there are all kinds of big creatures. There are also some small creatures once you actually get into the internal portions of Lanedell. And fun fact, Lanedell, like this city, you can find the real round table hold here. Where we go to is like the Table of Lost Grace, and it's sort of a different version. It doesn't exactly exist parallel, but it's pretty close to what we get when we actually teleport to the Table of Lost Grace. It's pretty close. Just gonna make sure I'm not missing stuff up here. Kernifer and company love to hide collectibles up here. One of the things that's new in Elden Ring Reforged relatively recently is that there are rune pieces. Rune pieces are gold glimmering fragments of binding runes, and you could take 20 of those pieces and trade for what I would call a semi-permanent upgrade that's interchangeable. Like, once you have the number of rune pieces you have, they technically never deplete. You always have that number. So, for example, we have 21 rune pieces, plus we have 2 binding runes in the wings. Like, that's what's happening. We have 2 binding runes of cradled consumption, which reduces FP costs. That's what it does. So there is a great reason to scour the countryside looking for these rune pieces, because that's a lot of stats. Admittedly, you're capped to 10 on any one particular binding rune, but 10% reduced spell costs is impressive. And it's nothing to sneeze at. And all you have to do is look for the glowing glint on the ground. Yeah, there are over 1,000 pieces in Elden Ring Reforged. 1,000 rune pieces, which are all tracked through the secondary item rune or runic trace. Yeah, and that shows you the total number you've collected. And if that weren't enough, there are also ascended versions of the binding runes. And in New Game Plus, you can literally resurrect bosses and kill them to get the same total number of rune pieces. We're gonna do our darndest to try to, try to collect them all. in the first go around, but I make no promises. Because 1,000 individual rune pieces is just a lot. If I find one, I'll show you about how difficult they are to collect. Some of them are just kind of in gimme locations. Others are like really clever, or they're, you know, the rune pieces are in a really obscure location, or at a really hard to reach location, or places that just take a long time to get to, on torrent or on foot. Like up here would be a place I'd expect. I'd expect Kernifer to hide rune pieces. And I believe there's like a small team of people that are helping Kernifer with the mod, like Evidian or Brubballs or other people. And they probably suggest to Kernifer which places to hide rune pieces. Like, Kernifer does most of the mod work, even with this group of people by the side, but Evidian is the one who came up with the title screen and the new UI packaging tool. Well, okay, I say they came up with, but it would be better to say, you know, they've helped finalize the, see, there's one right there. The UI texture packaging tool inside of the ERR files, called Gideon. That's the name of the program, and yeah, they helped put that together. So Evidian is no slouch when it comes to work, and Brubballs helped come up with some of the spells we use. So they're a good team of people. And there are probably more I don't know about, that I can't know about. And that's just, it's great. Kernifer needed some folks like that to gather around them. Because modding this game on your own is stupid difficult. And in Japan, you can go to jail for modding hardware and consoles. For 1 million yen for like 7 years. Sorry, I made that sound like you pay 1 million yen. No, the fine is 1 million, or it's 7 years of jail time. They're not friendly to like third-party developers whatsoever. They see it as competition on their console and software sales. I can see where they're coming from, but you can't make mods without purchasing the base game. They don't keep people from... They might keep people from buying a new product, but modders don't keep people from buying the product. It's required. And FromSoft is the most lenient, one of the more lenient Japanese game developers I think I've seen in terms of mods. They're basically like, I'm going to pretend they don't exist, and you know, as long as you reverse engineer things yourself, then we're fine. You know, we will do nothing if you do nothing. If you attempt to capitalize on our work, we'll have to put the foot down. Garden of Ice. Yeah, the most I'm going to do is mention that there is a mod out there, if you see it, called Garden of Eyes, that literally pay-gates its mod, and makes people pay for FromSoft assets. Don't be like Guardian of Eyes. Don't do it. Do what Kernifer does. They have a coffee. And you're paying Kernifer not for ERR specifically, but you're paying them because you like their their mod development skills. That's pretty much what you do with that. And as if it weren't bad enough, Garden of Eyes also backports other people's work without permission, and backports previous Elden Ring, or I'm sorry, FromSoft titles into the game. So it's, I wouldn't say it's bare minimum. It takes some skill to put that stuff together, but come on. There's almost nothing original, and if there is something original, It's based on people's work you stole. Yeah, just don't go look at Garden of Eyes. I've told you about it. So the human desire is going to be to definitely look at it now, but resist. Not even on a lark should you go there. And for the people that are roped into that silly little scheme, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry that you were being played. I'm sorry that you were being used. I'm sorry that you are unwittingly helping a thief get by in this world. Thievery is just stupid. There are good reasons to do it. There are good reasons to steal sometimes, or at the very least, maybe not good reasons, but there are understandable reasons for stealing. Stealing IP and, like, someone else's work over something you don't have to do is not... No, that doesn't count. Stealing table scraps because you're starving would be the understandable case I'm talking about here. Hello. It's just been a long week, and I will be happy, at least internally, when the term is over. And I'm gonna try to, you know, I'm gonna pick up on streaming a little more. I think I've mentioned before that I'm gonna add another streaming day. What I'm not sure of is whether it's gonna be YouTube, Twitch, or recently through my friends, I've learned that you could do this with Patreon. I didn't know you could, or it's not that I didn't know, it's that I didn't pay attention to the fact that you can put on these video submissions in Patreon itself. You can even live stream to Patreon. I didn't know. I didn't know. So, well, I say I didn't know, but I just didn't pay enough attention. So, my choices are to either add another day here, add another day on YouTube, or do custom stuff for my patrons and my subs. Speaking of which, if you want to be... If you'd like to sub, a Twitch Prime sub, which you get for free with your Amazon Prime account, gets you access to my Discord, just for free. Then, for, you know, for, like, voting on games and stuff, yeah, a tier 1 sub is enough to get you the 6 emotes, and and access to Discord, and voting on stuff. Basically, I have my I'm just trying to survive right now. I'll finish shelling in a second. Enough of that. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, 6 emotes on Discord, you know, which you already got through the Prime sub anyway. And the ability to vote on games. Every Wednesday, we play Mass Effect Legendary Edition. And that was something that the patrons and subs voted for. Well, yeah, patrons and subs, they both voted for it, and there were like a grand total of 2 or 3 votes. They all wanted the same thing. They wanted Mass Effect. It wasn't an option. You know, it wasn't a stated option, but I allow my patrons and subs to write in their own options, and people can vote on them as though they were an option I presented, because my options were, you know, either one more day of this, or I was playing around with Capital Punishment, a mod pack, like a mod package of multiple mods made by a group of people that manage a website called the Boneyard Creations. And they kind of put that together. That the man who's in charge has like a whole group of people working together and everything. It's fantastic. and they had one. They had a package that featured Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, sort of merged together in a Tale of Two Wastelands format. Which Tale of Two Wastelands is essentially Fallout 3 recreated in Fallout New Vegas's game engine. Um, and it ports over stuff from 3 to be used in that engine. It's a great package by itself. There are many playthroughs of Tale of Two Wastelands that you can find on YouTube. Just do a quick Google search, gets you right where you need to be. But I wanted to do something more with that, and that's when I found Capital Punishment, which took that same package. It also added extra mods, extra UI mods, extra quests, extra everything. And it's like one of the most bulky Fallout New Vegas mod packages that are out there, which you can get through a installer called Wabbajack. I know, I've done a lot of playing around with Wabbajack. I'm a huge Bethesda game junkie. Those games are known for their mods, and because they are known for their mods, of course I'm going to sample the wares. And Wabbajack is a way to experience these larger than life like mod installs that install like 1,000 or 1,500 mods for Skyrim or for Fallout 4 or Darkest Dungeon or Cyberpunk 2077. There are quite a few games. Even Stardew Valley and like the Witcher Enhanced Edition and Witcher 3 have mod packages on Wabbajack. So any game franchise, any game series or individual game that has a huge modding community, oh boy. Give me 1 second, because I gotta concentrate on this troll. The trolls just get tankier and tankier by the second. What I'm essentially doing is freezing our troll friend out. Thank you. Anyway, needless to say, I'm a huge Wabbajack junkie. I also use Vortex modding for when I was doing the Elix series on YouTube. I used Vortex to do that. I used their collections feature in order to make that playthrough possible. Yeah, and so what I thought I would do is I'm really a variety RPG channel at my roots. I say I'm a variety streamer, and I am. I've played quite a few things that aren't an RPG. I've played Legend of that's actually Legend of Zelda's not even. I'm sorry, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is not technically classified as an RPG, although you are playing as a character in the loosest sense of the word. To me, I'll always say that Zelda is like an RPG. You're playing the role of a character. You're just not. You don't get to pick your role. The role is set. I've played the Ocarina of Time randomizer. I'll probably also be adding the Sealed Palace to that list. It's a ROM hack of Ocarina of Time that attempts to reimagine what Ocarina of Time is like. Yeah, at my core, I really am just a giant fan of RPGs. Whether they be action or turn-based, doesn't really matter. I suppose I have a niche whether I want one or not. I was also something of a challenge runner when Dark Souls 3 was in its sort of, I wouldn't say nascency. What's the opposite of that? Toward like the Twilight end, when all the mod packages and stuff for it were coming out, I used to challenge run Dark Souls 3. Specifically, Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot. So, if, Morgott will come out of the woodwork to get ya. It's like a little bit of a test. Don't worry, we'll fight him one more time. Hello, Morgott. I would like you to poison, please. I hate when he does this dagger toss. I feel like he's going to do an attack there. I really do have to be more careful. We're going to try to rot him up. I'm trying to showcase the Warlock Fortune is technically what's happening. Morgott also loves to do like these awkward roll catches. Get out of here with your nonsense, Morgott. Careful, don't let him kill me. He says. Three. He is resistant to madness, but we can and will get him. Okay, you're gonna blink out, are ya? Yeah, defeating him gets a reward. The Viridian Amber Medallion +1. If you needed extra stamina, this is the medallion for you. If we look, we do not have the... Yep, we have the regular one. 99 stamina, 105 stamina. It even raises your endurance. No. Something is causing a drop in endurance. No, it is raising endurance. Yeah, that says it right on the tin. Of course it does. Just beautiful. Yeah, Morgott loves to haunt these fields looking for a fight. He's not dead. Why am I saying Morgott? Well, I guess you guys know now if I've been trying to keep it under wraps before. Yeah, you fight him as Margit, in Stormveil Castle. He's like the very first major boss that you have to fight, and he's actually Morgott, the Omen King, and he is the boss for Lanedell. Again, I've spoiled it, so I'm just gonna go all out with it now. He guards your passage into the Erd Tree. Yes, what do you want to say?
The fingers I served once prophesied a tarnished would one day become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Surely you see it too. The gold that enshrouds the heavens. The great tree which begets the pillars of light. Oh, tarnished, hasten to the foot of the tree. And whatever you might face, the fingers will surely guide you.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're not telling us something you don't already know, madam. No offense. We're already tasked with going to the Erd Tree, but we're not going to be headed there yet. We're going to head far, far away from the Erd Tree. Not as far as when we started out, mind you, but we're going to be we're going to be going far enough away. We still have Volcano Manor to explore. We still have all kinds of treasure to collect. Before continuing onward, though, it is time for our first of many of 3 breaks. These typically last about 5 minutes, unless I get sidetracked, and then they take longer. I usually play a 90-second ad during this time period, so definitely feel free to stretch for that long, at least. And I will see you after the commercial break. When we return, we're going to continue going through the golden land of Lanedell, because boy is it a beauteous place, and it's something in which it probably won't last. After all, nature's first hue is gold. And with that, I will see you after this break. Oh, okay, I'm back. I am so sorry about that. I'm lucky to have only been out for about 7 minutes. Had to find like a cold beverage to go with my hot beverage, and I had to go looking for glassware. All right, where were we last time? We made it out of the canyon and fought two bosses. Well, two repeats of a boss, but yeah, two bosses. Now we're gonna go about this ruined battlefield and pick out all the good stuff. That's right, we're battlefield scavvers today. And that's pretty much how I am in every game that we play. I am the person who will take anything that isn't nailed to the kitchen sink. Fallout 4, take the kitchen sink. Take the foundations the buildings are on. Break them down into concrete, asbestos, and whatever else is useful. Gotta do something in order to make life in the wasteland worth living, right? Instead of saying it just sucks all the time. Build, create, forge. In Skyrim, I'm always hoarding ingredients for potions, elixirs, or parts for smithing. Well, not parts, but like ore and other things for smithing, gems for making necklaces, all kinds of stuff. I'm always collecting material because everything is useful. Also, I'm a sucker for crafting games or titles. So believe it or not, whenever it's free, although I have half a mind to switch over, because I do love Final Fantasy. I've thought about Final Fantasy 14. I've thought about literally buying, when I have cash, a like sub or something for Final Fantasy 14, because the crafting system is great in Final Fantasy 14. There's something just really sweet about getting to control every aspect of the crafting process, from start to finish, and the materials you throw in are things that can enhance the overall item. I love crafting stuff like that. I love potion craft for similar reasons, although obviously with potion craft, you know, the entire premise is you're an alchemist in a shop selling potions. So it's kind of rote, dry gameplay, but part of me really loves the just natural inborn tedium of getting potion ingredients and discovering new effects. Part of me really loves that. Oh, what are you holding, friend? I need to know what you're holding. What were you toting around? Was it a rune? You were toting a really big rune? Give me that. I'll make more use out of that than you will. Alright. Alright, Sir Troll. Your turn. Time to show me your goods. Unlike the myth that the Quarians are being ushered out from Citadel space because no one wants to be bothered by those who help create rogue AI. Thank you for your custom. What were you carrying? I promise I'm not a murder hobo in tabletops. Yeah, that's another thing I do, and I do that with my friends. One thing I have thought about doing, just like in private, and for nobody's benefit but my own, is streaming the stuff I make for tabletop. And obviously it would be in Discord, it'd be private, but I've thought about doing that because I like the idea of hanging out with people. I'm a people person. I really enjoy just sitting down and talking with people. It may not look like it because I sound all sciencey and smart. Nah, I don't sound smart. I just sound like I'm put together, really. I always remind people, I'm not smart. I just do my best to pay attention. Usually that makes people feel better. Because I've been told I can make people feel stupid. For whatever reason. I am no smarter than anyone else. I just look like I've got it put together. almost better than anyone else that knows me. And whether or not that's a good or a bad thing, I can't say. Maybe when you look well put together, you other someone. Maybe not on purpose, but perhaps you are. I don't know. But you can't allow the fear of othering people because you're doing well in your own life stop you from doing well in your own life. All you can try to do is assuage that fear by helping other people do better in their lives. People who aren't as well put together, can't be as well put together as you. Try to impart your wisdom, your knowledge, like whatever you have. Try to make it apparent that you get by just the same as anyone else does. The only difference is you summon up the courage when people don't. I'm scared. I can be scared quite senseless when I engage in public speaking, an activity that I'm not too great at. But, and especially with the brain fog and just all kinds of other stuff in my life, I've only gotten worse at it over time, without a script. But I still summon up the courage, especially with the physics projects. I've had to really summon up courage I don't have. I have to just fake it until I make it or become it. One of those things is happening. Is there a rune piece up here? Seems like there should be. This would be a great place to hide one. Maybe right here in this, tucked here right in the corner. Maybe there's something in the rock edifices or something I can look at. Yeah, I just sound like I'm better put together, but I'm the first to admit that I have my own struggles, like with the physics project, you know, having to do group work meant for 3 people by myself. Yeah, my partners will do things when I ask them to, but in a group project, you want people to take initiative. You want people to say, how can I help? Not only how can I help, but this is how I think I could help. Do you want me to help in this way? No. Like that's what you gotta do, is that. It's not good enough to just let someone take charge and, you know, exercise all the commanding decisions, because that's what I'm doing with the group project. Now, when I ask people to do things, it's because I've already thought about what I have to do, and then I kind of don't have the skill to do it. I also don't want to make it seem like, you know, those 2 people are just going to kind of sit there and do nothing. I want them to do something, so I ask them to do things for me that I would otherwise do myself, because in a group project you have to delegate to people. I know we've kind of trailed off from any coherent discussion about the game and moving on to like group and team dynamics, but that's just kind of it. This channel is not just about a let's play. It's right there on the tag. It's there in the tin. It's what I do. I LP games, and I try to do better than simply sharing my experience. I try to guide people into why I make decisions and why this decision is good or bad, or that decision is good or bad when it comes to the game. I try my best to do that. Because I'm inspired by other, you know, Let's Players who make these kinds of walkthroughs, like Chugga Conroy. He's like, I think I've said it over and over. It's worth saying again. Chugga Conroy is just one of my favorite YouTubers. But it started out precisely because of the content he created, and then it became more about the man himself and the amount of effort he puts into his videos, the people he hires in order to have all the fancy infographics and all of the cool ways to disseminate information, and talking about all the cutting room floor material. I want to do that. I'm just not that good at it, nor do I know where to begin other than Google searches, which I don't know if that's how Chugga Conroy starts his learning journeys, is, you know, talking to people on Twitter who've played the game, talking to people talking to people in other outlets, on Reddits, on subforums. I don't know. Well, I do kind of know. That is sometimes how he gets this information, and it's no less valid than coming from an official source or coming from the content creators themselves. Like, not content creators, but like the actual game devs themselves. Because game devs have some secrets they gotta keep. So it's up to like hackers, or I say hackers, but really they're more like people who look at the backroom floor code of a game and say, ah, here are some unused files. We can talk about those. I love that sort of stuff. And I want to eventually be able to do the same thing. I just don't know where to start. And if I do start, I don't know if I'm going to be able to maintain the information network that Chugga has. But getting back to like the previous point of conversation, I could sit there and gush about some things that Chugga has done, but honestly, team dynamic conversation is a little more important. When you're working in a group, you really want to share in the responsibility. It's why so many people don't I'm sorry. That is not why people don't want group work. Because people don't like or don't want to share the work equally. And there are some people who want to just skid by until they change majors or drop from college or drop from school or whatever, for whatever reason. Doesn't matter if it's a valid reason or not. You just have some people that want to skid by, squeak by, do whatever they can just to get by, and don't want to be involved. Don't want to be involved in group work whatsoever. Okay, I guess, but oh, who shot me? A crossbowman. They shot me. We're just gonna do this. If I wouldn't want someone to do that to me, why would I? If I want people to share in the work equally, why would I want to pawn all the work off to someone else? Unless I just literally don't care about other people. I don't know. I guess it just seems strange to me to not want to share in the work equally. We don't have to like the project. I suppose really that's one of the worst parts is... Alright, sir, we're just gonna run through. Yeah, these guys are rather unique. They will occasionally just fly about and start breathing ghost flame on the ground. I have not found a good way to avoid this attack yet, other than just getting on torrent and getting the hell out. Sometimes it's just gotta be what you do, is just get the hell out of Dodge. Oh, I should be marking things and not just killing things. Anyway, not the point I was trying to make. If you're going to engage in group work, folks, or, you know, you don't have a choice, in fact, especially if you don't have a choice, try to make the group work palatable, not just a miserable, suffering experience. And obviously, if you're in, like, class or something, and especially if you're in a corresponding lab, attend the lecture. I know that labs are not beholden to keep up with the lecture, but good grief, would the information from the lecture actually be useful in lab? You should just do that. It's the bare minimum anyone can ask for, is just do your job. Why are you here in college when you literally don't attend class? That's a waste of your money, a waste of your time, a waste of the instructor's time, a waste of any school staff's or like college or university staff's time because they're going to hire someone, either hire someone to come after you, or, you know, you're going to lose financial aid and be unable to get it back, and that could wreck up the rest of your life. Or, you know, at the very least, your lack of knowledge or lack of willingness to apply the knowledge. I guess I don't know. This is starting to feel like I'm venting about my project again, and I want to do my best to avoid that. But if you're gonna, you know, pay for university education, you're gonna come on campus. Don't be a drag to your other teammates. Just attend lecture or be willing to teach yourself. Gotta do one of those two things. And, you know, in your university, you really have to follow the 80-20 rule anyway. You gotta teach yourself the content or you're not gonna pass ever at all for anything ranging from physics to carcinogenesis. You've got to be able to teach yourself the content because no one else is going to teach it for you. No one is going to drip or spoon feed information to you at that level. You're expected to understand it, or at the very least understand it to the degree everyone else is. Why are you here? And I don't mean you as in people watching. I just mean like a sort of collective to, sorry, basically to anyone who might be unsure or they're just kind of going through the motions with college courses. Why go through the motions? It reminds me of the scripture that talked about what happened after one of King David, I think it was King David, when his son died. In like that grand tale of David and Bathsheba. That's like a long scripture story. And at the end, David begged and pleaded. I may not be quoting the right story, but I remember the overall capacity of the scripture where the king begged and pleaded with God not to kill the son, not have it be born in miscarriage, but God didn't lift a finger, and the son was not miscarriage. God, I really should just stop because I don't know what I'm talking about, or I don't remember what I'm talking about. Anyway, to make the point without the scripture, so I don't look like a complete idiot, I need to go back and read the Bible is the takeaway from this section. But the real takeaway is you should value your own time. If nothing else, value your own time. Don't saddle yourself with unnecessary debt if within the first year you find out, nah, I'm just gonna go find a field job, get a cert or something and work. I just want to work. I just want to make money, work, and, you know, be able to come home after a long day of work to a hot cooked meal and maybe a spouse and kids. That's what you want. If that is all you really want in life, go for it. I cherish other people being able to go out and grasp at what they desire and make it reality. But don't just go through the motions. Don't waste your life. Never mind wasting someone else's time. Never mind wasting anyone else's tax dollars or money. Don't waste your own time for you. Because people can't be asked to care about others all the time. People are inherently selfish creatures. Not selfish in, I would murder you for your clothes on your back. No, but I mean people are generally unwilling to share unless prompted or unless they know to share. But if you are not taught to share because it is good to share, then you have to find actual reasons to share. and for nothing else. There, you have to get something, and then it's not a share, it's trading. Why am I here at this item screen? Right, we want to buy things. We want to buy these sunflowers. We want to buy any gear that's here. And there's information about below the capital, which we're going to get, and 3 perfume bottles. Because why not? Some merchants will carry Oracle's Remedy. The Oracle's Remedy you use to perceive common fortunes. Or fortunes of a common rarity. And that's pretty much about it. I'll show you what I mean. Rather than just saying, yeah, this is what it does. I'll show you. No Oracle's Remedy in inventory. I'll level up and see how much we have left over. And if we need to buy the Oracle's Remedy to demonstrate this, which I think we do, then we will. Also, that merchant is not there. I thought that might happen. Okay, merchant ain't here. Because merchant ain't here... $22K? That's fine. So, when the merchant ain't here, means there's a bell-bearing hunter nearby. Alright, bell-bearing hunter, come on out. All the bell-bearing hunters pretty much operate the same way as well. They all have this magic sword. I believe it's a copy of Eocade, actually. A very specific sword. And they're capable of tossing it in air. It's like a magic dancing sword. I'm surprised you're just doing this. Okay, there we go. There's the nondescript. You know. Hello? Yeah, I was about to say. Also, this particular area is just kind of bad for... Okay, we're going to do this. It's kind of bad for... God. It's kind of bad for doing the normal strats with the bell-bearing hunter. You could pretty much defeat this guy just by stacking poison, or really any status effect. I find that, like, poison or madness works best. He was much harder in previous iterations of Elden Ring Reforged. The bell-bearing hunters were kind of actually notorious for being way too difficult past the first bell-bearing hunter that you find in the War Master Shack in Stormhill. Their defenses were just... Defenses and health were scaled too high. We're gonna resell our runes. I'm gonna sell these runes, because why not? And hopefully get enough for a level up or something. Alright, well, I would level up, but we want to buy this remedy, so I can demonstrate this again. This should probably be the last time I do so in this playthrough. At this point, I'll assume that people know what Divining a Fortune is. But No, I don't need to share anything with you, Melina. Thank you, but no. We're going to divine a fortune. Gotta make sure we don't take one that we already have. Wizard, Ranger, Cleric, Warlock, Sorcerer, Paladin, Commodore. So we want literally any of the other ones. Like, Spell Sword is one. Yeah, and look, you can't buy any more after that. You need an Oracle Effigy to do it. So all the common fortunes you can pretty much buy this way. You buy the Oracle's Effigy, and then you buy the remedy, and then you're able to divine a fortune. So if we look at our fortune, Spell Sword increases mind. Casting spells boosts the power of melee attacks and reduces the FP cost of skills. Landing melee attacks boost the power of spells and reduce the cost of FP. Generator spells do not build or consume this buff. Decreases the attack power of unboosted melee and spell attacks. Increases status build at taken. Decreases non-flask health regeneration. So, all of the common fortunes kind of look something like that, and I liken the fortune system to a subclass, like I talked about before. They're what people feel classes should have possibly been in Elden Ring. I get why they're not, and why it's just describing a build loadout, but this feels actually more like a class. Right now, we're actually playing the Warlock class, and I'll go over that real quick. Increases arcane and memory slots. Any status effect that occurs in the vicinity, so like within 5 meters or less, or 8 meters or less. Sometimes it's a little finicky, but basically it provides a buff that increases spell damage, FP cost of spells, and increases stamina recovery. Each unique status effect provides a separate stack of this buff. Having 3 or more active status effects grants HP and FP regen. Decreases vigor, decreases status resistance, decreases runes gained. Yeah, so we're kind of the all-round casting class where we rely on status effects to get our job done. But we can also just pack a bunch of spells, and we don't care what kinds of spells we're using. That's why our loadout has, you know, a glintstone staff and a sacred seal. We can do both, and we should. There really aren't good ways to have sorceries and incantations possess all of the status effects. That would be real fun, but I don't think it would work out too well. We're going to use this. Oh, we're doing this, are we? Okay, you run in a circle. Good to know. Just gonna make sure. Sometimes the litany doesn't always kill those who live in death either. So you just kind of like have to punch something sometimes to be absolutely sure, because it took a long time for that targeting reticule to disappear. One, and I don't, yep, I was about to say. And 2. We're definitely, for those who don't know, oh god, I really have to make sure we have the right effects. Hang on a second. I use stream elements for bots and bot timers. Yes, I'd like to connect with Twitch. Thank you, but yep, I'm glad I checked this. We should be on Elden Ring commands right now. Okay. I have a list of commands for the games I stream. that explain what we're doing, what the stated goal for the LP is. And, you know, how far into completion are we expecting to play the game? In our case, we're going to be playing this multiple times because Elden Ring Reforged has 2 other game modes outside of what NG Plus has to provide. Then on top of that, oh, hello. I forgot about you guys. Yeah, these are skeletal snails. How about that? Snails who live in death? God. Anyway, yeah, I have a list of commands, and good lord, do you guys not give people a break? And it is decided. Yeah, breathing heavy. Legs sweaty. I don't know. How's the meme go again? Anyway, I guess long story short, I have commands. You can type in !commands to get a list of them. Stream Elements will provide them to you. One thing I have, I believe, is either player build. Yeah, it should... Oh, hello, Deathbird. So the death birds, this isn't a death right bird, so it should be easier to fight. But these death birds are obviously have a lot more power compared to when you first fight them in Limgrave. You can go the whole game without actually... You gonna do this? I guess you've got a definite leashing pattern then. We could do this. This works. And I hear a skeletal snail nearby. These things are not a joke. They're not hard, but if you're not, you know, on your game, you're getting hit. If you have the type of playstyle where you are just kind of meant to trade hits, then these death birds will be your cup of tea. But we're not the kind of fighter that can take a whole bunch of hits. What the hell? Get off me! Yeah, you do get something for killing these particular death birds. You usually get a reward after each one. No poise? No poise. We have all the poise. Poise warehouse. All the way down. I guess Hardleg Joe is rubbing off on me, and that sounds really bad, but I'm talking about the content creator. Yeah, I do watch a lot of YouTube, and I tend to watch a bunch of strange things. I guess not utterly strange things. It's all in the lens of, like, gaming content, but I watch a variety of different kinds of content. People who have all different kinds of delivery styles with their content. Your mistake was letting down your guard, good sir. You should have kept your shield up. Would have saved you. I would have had to take a drink. Anyway, that conversation was probably not going to be too important. So if you guys are wondering what we're kind of up to right now, is we're just sort of exploring the countryside, or, you know, within Lanedell's walls, basically, like the Outer Kingdom walls, and we're collecting all the treasure we can find. more treasure we have. Is it just me? Or did this get slower? I think this got slower. Used to be pretty fast. It's still... Wow. What can I say? I guess we have less dexterity. So the Radigan icon is just not doing as much work as it should be. This is why I actually like having some dex, but we want pure power. Hello, winged crystal tier. Okay, pay attention coin. They also have this really neat roly-poly attack. I prefer when they do this. Instead of breathing, instead of summoning, like, ghost flame skeletal heads or skulls after us. Much prefer that. I forgot what I was saying. Right. We are... just, like I said, scouring the countryside, inside Lanedel's walls, visiting all the tombs, all the caves, looking for every goodie, from here until the end of time, until we complete this journey. For those who are curious, they want to know, I do intend to have, like, Elden Ring as sort of a main squeeze for a long time. So that means... Hello. So we're going to be exploring... One of the goals of my channel is to sort of explore all of... Well, not all of, but like some of the major mods that are out there for Elden Ring. Reforged is obviously like an ongoing developing journey, but it isn't the only mod that's out there. There's also Vigil. There is Reborn. There's Ascended, which is kind of its own... It's kind of like Muzui Elden Ring. And I picked up on that from a Mario Maker streamer who recently discovered that Kaizo just means different, which I guess it is like Kaizo Elden Ring, but it's intended to be a harder Elden Ring, so it's like more of a Muzui experience. At least that's the running gag between them and their chatters. Yeah, it's just kind of a running gag. I pick up a lot. I'm like a Rolodex of the stuff I watch. I really am. Hello, sirs and or ma'ams. I, too, come to give you death, so you may no longer live those who live in death. You may live beyond death instead. About to say, we definitely should not be in combat. See, you always got to check the targeting reticules. This particular side of Lanedell has a couple of like heroes tombs, so they're like really they're full of nefarious traps and devious tricks. There's also a draconic tree sentinel that is guarding this entrance into Lanedell, into the battlements. And that's a fun fight. They hit really hard, by the way. Oh, hello. What is uprooting from the ground? It's this. I'm gonna teach you to, like, not turn your back on us. Oh, we got a curved sword. Oh, and something else is cropped up out of the woodwork. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, this is just a battlefield with a bunch of undead in it. Stop. Yeah, you can totally punch these things to death. They don't have that much poise. They've got some, but It's minimal poise. Oh, well, hello. Yeah, your shield didn't help you. What I said earlier about your shield might have saved you, it won't. That was a complete bald-faced lie. Yeah, your shield helps you with like bullets, but when it's a field, like an AoE field or something, not so much. Your shield surprisingly only mitigates damage. And only if the shield actually has active blocking frames or active blocking boxes to go with it. Do we have undead at the gravesite? No, we don't. Hello, Mikola. Or Mikola's Lily, I guess I should say. So whenever you see one of these giant swords, it's a piece of lore. The second defensive Landell, the fell omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Erd tree remains unshaken. So all of the planted swords, these like lore markers, have a different piece of lore on them. We've kind of been avoiding them throughout the game because I want to be able to tell the story of the lore in order. Because it explains like the present and the past. At least as far... Oh, hello. I'm saying that a lot. Look, I don't have to use status effects to kill you guys. It's just more beneficial if I do. And I don't mind trading hits, but definitely one of the things I want to do in Elden Ring is do a challenge run. I do want to get back to doing that. So I try not to take hits when I don't have to. It's just Elden Ring makes it really difficult. Reforged or not. Creeping Rancor. Is this new? Hold on. I don't recognize that spell. Sorcery of the Servants of Death summons a slow-moving, vengeful spirit that explodes when in the proximity of foes. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. I do not know. That is a new... I love new spells. If you couldn't tell, I'm a magic junkie. I love casting spells. I'm also a Magic the Gathering junkie for similar reasons. I love casting spells. And I very only occasionally love summoning monsters. I am definitely the guy that loves his instants, sorceries, artifacts, and enchantments. Like all other... Like some permanent types, just not creatures. But then again, it's just Magic the Gathering is removal tribal. Like the name of the game is how much removal can you pack while also advancing the board state at the same time. Getting off topic. Anyway, I love slinging spells, and Creeping Rancor is only going to help us further in the goal of casting infinite spells, or many kinds of spells. Is that a Ballista? I remember there being like machines of war parked somewhere out here, and I just forget. And I forget exactly which ones. Hello, Sir Wolf. It ain't raining, so it's generator time. Thank you for your custom. You can exchange your life for death currency anytime by just coming over to the Bank of Coin Stamp. I will always parcel out death in exchange for your life. See, it's a trade. It's a transaction. Murder is just a transaction. It is a transaction in which... proceeds to say other cringe things. Yeah, I'm not going to continue with that. Murder is awful. Don't do murder. It's not an exchange. It is a horrific crime against humanity and animals, depending on, you know, what you're killing. Sometimes you gotta engage in murder. Like killing. Murder is, well, I guess murder is what? With the intent to kill, right? And I guess, yeah, we're all murdering people. But, oh god, this got morbid very quick. Okay, we're gonna stop. Whatever point I was gonna make, not relevant, not worth it. I'm trying to be better about disengaging, from awkward subject manner, where if you mess up, your language just has to be consistent on certain things, and people get really incensed when words like murder are used in a non-serious context. People get very upset, and rightly so. It just feels wrong to talk about. It feels wrong to joke about it that way. But then again, what is humor but, you know, perpetually trying to one-up the next person with something funny. And sometimes funny things can be at the expense of other people. Which I suppose begs the question, is there comedy that is really ever not at the expense of someone else? Even yourself. Like, comedy can be one of those things that if it's done at the expense of self, yeah, it can be funny, but it too easily crosses the border, for me, into, self-denigrating talk that's just there to, push that person one step closer to suicidal ideation and acting on that suicidal ideation. Where if we're proponents of mental health, we kind of have to take a second and say, yeah, that might be funny, but maybe you shouldn't say it anymore, or you run the risk of wanting to kill yourself. Some people are great at gatekeeping those thoughts, and some people don't even think about it that way. But there are just as many people who can't. They can't control, or won't control, whatever the case may be. If you're a person who is already at risk of suicide, don't self-denigrate. Just don't do it. It's easy. It's low-hanging fruit. You can do it, but it's not worth it. For yourself, never mind for anyone else. The mark you leave behind on other people is horrific to think about. Although, yes, we're in a battlefield that I want to put raisins. Never mind. So much for putting raisins on the hotbar. It's never going to get further back. Obviously. Are we at the tree? I think we're at a tree. I guess we're at a tree now. And we have a boss. We want... Are you done, like, lobbing a ballistae at us? I remember these ballistae being particularly annoying. Also, hello. I don't know who you are. You're guarding a crystal tier, though. Speaking of crystal tier, we did not go over the other crystal tier. This one. A crystal tier formed slowly over the ages where the Erdtree's bounty falls to the ground. Can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic. Temporarily reduces equip load. If you so desire. I can't imagine why you want to temporarily wear gear or lower your equip load, except to, go up. If light load would be useful for you, like better rolling frames or whatever. But I find it's much easier if you just operate at medium load and you figure out where the dodge frames are in medium load. You'd only want light load if you're trying to look for every frame, like with Shura or Master Mode, where you have your rolling frames reduced by a certain amount or cut in half. Then it can be useful to either have light load to give you those just that a little bit of extra breathing room, or you want to be able to not move faster, but use less stamina doing certain things. Then light load can be useful. Maybe I'm thinking of Neo with that last part. But equip load does matter sometimes. But in Shura, you really want to try to deflect things. And not so much anything else. What are you? These look like star collars. And oh yeah, we're fighting like a giant omen thing. Is this a boss though? Ah, you use Deathblight. Okay. Death-serving Omen. Alright, Death-serving Omen. You and your followers are not going to be able to do very much. Okay, so that's what we were doing. What are you guarding then? I gotta know. What are you guarding? The Twiggy Cracked tier and the Crimson Crystal tier. Oh, we get our HP regen and a flask and a physic. That's what we get. Where do we see it? Oh, we get an extra... Oh, right, there are two of these in case you just need an extra full heal. Oh, I don't think you can mix two of them at once. Very strange, but around these herb trees, you'll also have these golden sunflowers and all these other ingredients you can break down. Speaking of which, look at this crafting menu. This crafting menu, this is also ERR. We can break stuff down into components, and we use those components in order to make the same item. So, for example, we make boluses not by gathering clumps of herbs and putting oil on them, but actually breaking down the plants and making a new bolus out of these materials. We use the wonders of alchemy in order to make these products, instead of products of nature being used to... it's more mystical. I don't know if I prefer one or the other, if I'm being quite honest. I do think the system is better. I say prefer, but I'm talking about flavor. I don't think I care one way or the other about flavor. I do think I prefer this crafting system just in terms of gameplay. This is much better gameplay than having to farm 15 or 16 different places for 16 different ingredients. You don't really want to craft items when this is happening. When you have to do that much work for items that may not have an effect, like a recognizable, easy to produce effect. The crafting system is really one of the bigger highlights in Elden Ring Reforged. I highly recommend. Try it for the crafting system alone. You feel free to ignore the parts of the game you don't need. Nothing is stopping you from having to. Lots of stuff in Elden Ring is just optional. Rely on that fact. Don't, besmirch Kernifer and Co. for changing up a boss here or there. Likely it was something you didn't have to fight anyway. That kind of thing. But I think we're gonna leave you guys with this view for a short moment while we take our second commercial break. Doesn't this look nice? This one's gonna be around 5 minutes as per usual. I will see you guys after this commercial break. We are back. So sorry about that. I had to check in on my dad, make sure he was doing okay. Yeah, I used my break to do non-break things, but if you care about family, then it's worth doing on break. My dad suffers from sleep apnea, both PNS and CNS. Oh, sorry, both like normal apnea and central nervous system related sleep apnea. So sometimes his brain just doesn't tell his body to breathe. So I have to be on the ball. If I hear him choke, if I look at him and I don't see his chest expanding and contracting like normal, I have to get involved. And so does his loving wife, my stepmother. We both have to get involved. Neither of us like getting involved, but that is the nature of, sleep apnea. It's just it's always worth checking on the ones you care about, especially when you know what's going on, the kinds of conditions you have. And especially if you're someone in, like, STEM and you have at least some rudimentary knowledge of medicine and you know what to look for, it's worth checking in on them. I mean, even without being in STEM, it's still worth it, but you know what I'm trying to say. I feel especially compulsed or obligated to check because I have extra knowledge that maybe other people don't have. And I say other as though a lot of people don't have it, but I mean some people. Handfuls of people don't have that knowledge. And don't care to. And they're just as valid as the ones who do have it. You should always advocate for that knowledge to be learned, but it's not absolutely necessary. That's what you have professionals for. That's what you're supposed to have professionals for anyway. These different crabs? I don't think so. Baby death crab, never mind. Yeah, so this place is beauteous, isn't it? Also, it doesn't really matter what kind of spells or attacks you use here. It's the big death crabs you have to be on the lookout for, because there are a couple. There are a couple. I do not remember where they are in the grand scheme of things. I don't. So hello, what is that lovely sight of steam doing here? Hello, Blackguard Boggart. I recognize that cookpot from anywhere. Hello, Death Crab. Yep. And that's 170,000 runes gone. And we don't even get that rest site. Yeah. So, Deathblight sucks. Don't worry. It's hardly worth one level up. It's a lot of runes, but it could be way, way worse. This is what happens when you're not on top of, like, converting your runes. Making sure that you're not carrying around more than you need. That happens. You just have to accept it. Move on. Try not to let it affect you. Because eventually you will lose so many runes, like so many millions of runes on death that getting angry about it is pointless. You just die a lot. That's kind of how FromSoft titles work. All right, what are we wanting to do here? Maybe the catch flame spells? Definitely don't want to be staying in that any more than I have to. And I'm on my guard after, like, that first time. Come on, Sir Crab. And don't get too close to get trapped in its pincer either. Oh, and I didn't kill... Uh-oh. I don't know if I forgot to mark the guy. Because I was so intent on killing it. Hopefully we get another one. Hopefully. I'll understand if we don't, I guess. Have a nice day. Can't kill these crabs. Can make them mad. I feel like my overall casting is just slower. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's related to having low decks or not. I'm gonna try unequipping and re-equipping. Yeah, I just feel slower. It's kind of hard to describe. I'm gonna go ahead and... No, we don't need to recharge flasks or anything. Hello, Blackguard. Hello.
What are you looking at? Oh, you again, is it? Perfect bloody timing, actually. I got crab cooked up fresh.
You should probably know about the person in the round table hold.
There's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses them. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me.
Is he now? About
He's a
him.
killer. Kills people and curses the souls. Does all sort of shit to the corpses to keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't never been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that to my friend.
Ah, trauma. Yes, trauma. Yes, you can buy crab. Greatly boosts physical damage negation for a time. Boiled crab meat, a prime specimen of plump and moist meat. True connoisseurs know how to keep from over-salting, of which I presume this is perfect boiled crab. I would love some boiled crab right now. Unlike the prawn sold, this truly is crab. Not that it matters, it's delicious all the same. What, so you saying this this meat actually looks to have come from a crayfish? Not that it matters? Really? Okay. Goodbye.
Marika's tits. You must be hungry.
We'll buy the crab. I think we have to buy like 5.
Never met someone with a taste for crab I couldn't trust. You've got a real thing here, eh? And it's only getting better. Marika's
Yes, we know. You don't need to comment on her breasts any further. Yes, so we have bought some crab. Delicious, tasty crab. Let's see if that giant death crab comes back. It got to. It's just a generic crab. Yep, sure enough, here they are. Ow. I'm doing cringe YouTuber stuff again. Gotta stop it. Alright, start doing more reasonable attacks, please. I hate when they do this. The crabs have very anti-right-hand behavior. So if you, like, try to circle to the crab's right or left-hand sides, they will just spam attacks at you. And they do not stop. Ever. Don't step in that mist if you know what's good for you. Sorry, do the crab rave. Thank you. Yes, this was why we were fighting this thing again, folks. This very accursed thing. This a giant death crab. We didn't complete a codex entry just by doing that. If we did, I would have been surprised. Color me impressed, I guess. Oh, you guys are these fireflies are these fireflies, dragonflies are very annoying. Could be worse. Could be the death crab. That annoyed me more, if I'm being honest. Hello, you gonna stop moving? You are now, kind of. All right. You gonna keep flying around, man? Are you going to stop? Gotta, like, wait for these. Does Miyazaki have a swamp fetish? I feel like I feel like I've gotten the answer to this question before, and there's so many places, there's so many babbling brooks, these small lakes with trees and plants growing at the bottom. Does Miyazaki just absolutely love swamps, bogs, and marshes? It's okay if he does. I say fetish, but I should say obsession. Fetish is, like, very sexual. It has sexual connotations. Obsessions do not. I mean, I love me a good swamp or bog too, but come on, they can't be everywhere. You gotta do something different. Just every now and again. I'm just ragging on him. If in all honesty, Elden Ring does have plenty of varieties of terrain, but you know, watery bodies everywhere with plants, trees, and shrubs nearby are incredibly common in Elden Ring. Just saying, there's like a common denominator. Hello, Sir Bear. Thank you for your bones. I promise to put them to good use. Feel like there's a rune bear nearby? Why else would this statue be here that we can break? There's a reason for that. I guess we're gonna look around and try to find something big, so then we could use to, you know, break the statue. Rune bear, that'll do it. Come on, Sir Rune Bear. I need you. Show me the goods. Ow. Come on. I'm not hiding from you. What the hell? Come this way. Alright, Rune Bear. I believe we want to weaken you first. Or it could have difficulty. There we go. Alright, now focus on survival. Alright. That's it. Breathe in the death blight. Alright, that should make it a little easier. Yeah, look, not hitting as hard now. 15% less AR is good. What can I say? However, it does make it more likely that we'll, you know, suck it up to, like, bleed or something. Gotta be careful. Ow. That is the last flask we have. Oh, that's a nice snap pivot. Yeah, we died. We even died 2 ways over. Good to know that's here. And we did get what was inside, so we just focus on killing the Rune Bear now. Yeah, Rune Bear... The secret to Rune Bears is to hit them with the Death Blight first. When you do that, you can then follow up with poison. Whatever fits your fancy, really. When you're playing status effect builds like ours, it's always good to have a game plan in mind. Did I ever play an ad? I don't know if I did. I'm now questioning my own rational decision-making when it comes to ads. If I haven't played one, I will at the next break. Hello. I could see that you aren't any slouches in combat either. Alright, I get it. You're fierce. You're fierce, fresh, and fine. Jeez. You want to T-pose? You feel free to T-pose, but good lord. Slow down. Let's pick up our blood, sweat, and tears. Jeez. Okay. So we have a tomb here. There's like a couple of tombs nearby. They're various graves. Some of them are even interconnected with one another. I think this pair of tombs over here, there is a second one, are connected to each other, or at least very similar in theme to one another. Gotta be careful how far up or down the pathway you go. You don't want to trigger bosses or anything. Mr. Rune Bear is right here. We're going to try to pick out... We're going to try to sneak up on Rune Bear. Probably won't work, but we're going to try. Yep, no. Apex Predator senses away. That's all I needed you to do, bud. Now, you're free to do whatever the hell you feel like. I'm gonna try to get you with a different status effect. Ow. Yeah, that 15% decrease in AR is permanent for those who don't know. Deathblight used to be like a player-only status effect. Oh, that still hurts though. But now it is a useful, you know, PvE status effect. That works for a whole bunch of stuff. Drink this first. Just take hits. Sir Rune Bear, I'm literally begging you to let me have some kind of opening. Thank you. Oh. Rough. Sorry if I wasn't looking at chat or acknowledging anything. Rune Bears can kind of suck to fight. They take up a lot of your attention, and as a streamer, entertainer, content creator, you really don't want to be, you know, sucked up in excursions where you're only focusing on the game screen. It's kind of a death sentence for you. But it's Elden Ring. It takes up just that much of your focus. If you want to perform well and not die 10,000 times, you kind of have to do this. Alright, so what do we have up here at the top of the hill? Let's figure that part out first. A tomb! Tucked into the side of a cliff. Ariza's side tomb. Yeah, there are a pair of tombs here. They're sisters to each other. And the Oriza tomb is, we're gonna change out a spell. So we now have the chance to do that. So instead of Lightning Spear, we're gonna, we'll probably need Litany of Proper Death, but we'll trade out Lightning Spear for... Ooh, actually, we need to be careful about what we're trading for. We want Creeping Rancor. So let's put Creeping Rancor here, because that's what we want to test. Oh, it takes 2 slots. Good to know. Okay, yep, these. And Poison Bolt, Rotten Breath. Madness Incantation, where was it? Here. Then we have a couple more. I'm thinking... I don't remember what's here. I know the Oriza side tombs are full of traps. So it's not something that... We don't have like a silver bullet for anything in here. Geez, what do I want this to be for? I guess probably just Cure Poison and Blessing's Boon. One less damage spell, but we're trading out an incantation for a sorcery, so I think that's fine. How does this Creeping Rancor work? Goodbye! Alright, I guess they're gonna need to see it in a real fight then. Fine by me. I hope we'll find some treasure in here. That's the thing about these tombs, is they all have treasure. And we get to explore things. Hello. How far is this spirit gonna go? So is it just like the nearest opponent or like nearest creature, or what exactly? Also, we're going to want a light while we're in here. Yeah, ever since I like deleted that singular message, there have been no other messages. That makes me, that type of silence makes me paranoid. Not because I you know, don't like lurks or anything. Just I always get so scared that it's because I'm disconnected or something else. Oh, hello. Oh. So this is how it's gonna be, is it? Yeah, these jars actually have a surprising amount of poise. You can't just knock them around. I look to manage something with chat. And I get blown up to death. Yay! It's my fault for doing that during a combat situation. Don't worry about that. I'm not angry at anyone or anything. Wow, what a wrestler. And I know that jar sees me. That they know when you are sleeping. They know when you're awake. They know whether you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. I could totally imagine like a drawing where the Great Iron Fist Alexander is painted in Christmas colors. Oh, okay, it's the little jar barons themselves. I have to mark those because they're new. Yeah, I could totally see Great Iron Fist Alexander painted red and green with a cap on its head, going, "Yo ho ho, traveler! Greetings to you. My name is the Great Iron Fist, Iron Warrior Jar, Alexander, and I have come bearing gifts, namely a knuckle sandwich. Take one, opponent. Take one." I imagine something like that. Or, you know, a friendly round of fisticuffs. I don't want to get too caught up in the bit, but that I do feel like you could make something out of... You could make holiday-themed characters out of the cast in Elden Ring. You really can. We're gonna make 5 of these. Because we can. And because I like my rune arcs. What can I say? They give us just so many free goodies. Yes, casting into the void. Also, hello. You are getting a mark. And a pebble to the face. We're gonna back away now. Little fire jar. I thought these were jar barons. I'm about to pull a Farquaad and make a mispronunciation of epic proportions. Epic proportions. And by that I mean no one cares. Just kind of trying to pay attention to all the little corners. After all, there could still be, you know, stone imps hanging around here waiting for the perfect chance to get the drop. Perfect chance around every corner. See, this room is perfect for an ambush. Absolutely stone perfect for an ambush. Is this a trap chest? It is. Roll away. Immediately. Yeah, I have to remind myself what's in this chest. I think you get teleported to either a different section of one of the Ariza tombs, or you get teleported to another random location. Let's advance as far as we can without taking the teleporter traps. I do believe that you do have to use one of the teleporter traps at some point in this place, and I just forget where it is exactly. If necessary, I'll look it up during the final break. So it's this or be unable to progress. All right. Fingers crossed that it's good. Fingers crossed that we just end up in another place in the tomb. All right. Teleporter trap, take it away. Alright, we still seem to be in the... Yeah, I remember the Ariza tomb now. Not in its entirety, but I remember the teleporter traps. And my god, were the teleporter traps a nightmare to work with. Thankfully, usually the teleporter traps, I would say, aren't straightforward, but you can almost always get a system for figuring out what you want to do with them. Ow. Goodness. I never did like you. I didn't like you in DS3 either. Back when you were a thrall. Did not like you at all. Same exact moveset too. Just with different weapons and different power level. Yeah, these things are a totally reused enemy. You can even tell they're like these lanky bodies, like they probably threw on a texture on this and, you know, added some body parts and reused the enemy. Like, as a totally valid business practice for games, I don't mind that it's reused. Just, you know, FromSoft has this habit of like choosing particularly bad enemies that they've designed over the years to reuse. It's always the same stuff. Dogs, thralls, and I'm sure some other enemies as well. My main experience is in Dark Souls 3, so that's where I'm pulling a lot of my stuff from. But I have played Dark Souls 2. I'm not very good at picking out references though. What can I say? It's hard to make original works these days. Almost everything is... I mean, everything is derivative anyway, but some things are double derivative or derivative of a derivative, and derivatives of derivatives they're taxing to think about. I just don't think about them. I try to see works as original, even if it would be better if I didn't. I don't know. No, we're not doing this. Not right now. We are That should work. Thank you for your custom and patronage. Have a nice day. Oh, I so remember the Ariza side tombs. Like, there's bunches of stuff lurking out of every corner. The rafters there's just a lot of stuff in the rafters as well. Hello. And Creeping Rancor is like a surprising landmine. Creeping Rancor actually reminds me a lot of Swath of Flame, or some similar spell in Dark Souls 2, where it's like you basically laid out this sort of landmine, and if someone tripped it, then they got a fire explosion to the face. It's like if Swath of Flame could move. Oh, hello, you're new. Hello, wolf-headed demon? Wolf-headed, imp? They had a different face. That's the only way I know to describe it. They had a different face. They were taller. Or maybe they weren't taller. I don't know. I need another imp. Yeah, these are just normal stone imps. I take that back. They have the same grimaces and everything. I wish I had my codex available to check just anywhere, but I don't. Creeping Rancor is really useful. What can I say? When I have something I can't reach, I rely on Creeping Rancor to get the job done. And it explodes for a nice chunk of damage, too. Are you a hidden wall? Yes. Yes, you are. Now, are you a trap? And by that I mean a transporter trap. Yes. Yes, you are. Oh, God. Yeah, the transporter traps are just a lot to take in. That's the gimmick, is teleporter traps. Hello, fire jars. You thought I was going to let you detonate on me, huh? Nah, only my SOs are going to be able to do that. No one else can. Ugh. Likening that act to detonation feels wrong. Is this another teleporter trap? It is! Yes, like I said, it's the gimmick. So we should just explore the teleporter traps in order. That way you know which teleporter goes where. Teleporter chest 1 brings us back to, brought us here. Oh, we have 2 of these giant jars? We do. Council style fight. I jest. Ow. I'll sock him one. Don't worry, Bobby. I too will sock him one. They're not gonna rupture us. Bobby and Billy. The 2 giant warrior jars. They're cousins of Alexander, you see. I'm totally jesting. I do not know where I'm taking this bit at all. And that's fine. I'm sure some people are really gonna love that, and other people are gonna hate that I've even done this. Hello. 2 cracked pots and a perfumer book? Yes, please. Run, because, yep, got clipped by that right arm. 1. Yeah, I definitely feel spellcasting as a whole has just gotten slower. I don't know if that is a good or a bad thing, but I definitely notice it. Generators are slow. Lots of spells are just slower by like a few frames. Oh, right. Can't we open it from this side? No, we cannot. We cannot open it from this side. Is there a hidden wall I can use? Trying to remember. I don't think so. And for anyone asking, no, these are not the Lanedell sewers. This is part of a side tomb, but it is not the sewers. The sewers are like a whole big thing. We're gonna find someone real lovely in the side sewers. Alright, let's take this teleporter trap back, hopefully. What about this one? Surely this is progress. This has to be progress. And if not, there's an illusory wall. Hello. Be very quiet. We're hunting rabbits. We can teleport right back up here. Let's see what this item is. It's a glintstone firefly. It was not worth the, teleportation, although checking this wall might be. No. Okay. Well, hey, if you don't remember, gotta check, right? Always gotta check these walls. Luckily, the teleporter doesn't count as, like, reloading a, room or anything. So you don't have to worry about, you know, enemy resets unless you die. Okay. Oh, up here. I was about to hop off. Just be like, peace out. I'm gonna go back the way I came. No, you want to take this ladder up here. We're still looking for a lever. We want to pull the lever so that we could go fight the boss. Another teleporter chest. Yep, another teleporter. Yeah, it's like kind of a really cool concept. This place is like a bunch of small intercalated rooms. Intercalated. No, that's not the right word. Like, interspersed rooms that are connected through teleporter traps. I don't mind this sort of thing every once in a while. I don't like it when games just pull this out and do it every time from a certain point forward. 1 or 2 teleporters is fine, but, like, teleporter mazes are unfun, or can be unfun. If you've got, like, cool ways to demarcate the maze, then it's fine. Also, you might be wondering, didn't we just come from this place? Kind of. It's kind of, I would liken this place to having a bunch of mirror images of the rooms all together. We actually are in a different section right now. It's just not going to look like it. These rooms are kind of meant to fool you. Hello. I believe it's going to take 2 of these to get you. Oh, and they detonate together as well. Oh, more than 2, huh? What a lumbering oaf. But you die. Reminds me of the King DDD attack and like Smash Bros. Ultimate, where he just kind of like trips over or falls over and is just damages people for like gob tons just by doing that. That's what that derpy little attack reminded me of. And surely this little dinky jar isn't the end. No, probably not. Or at least I hope not. Come on. There's gotta be Do I have to punch something? Wow, Coin doesn't remember. What a surprise. I guess we're gonna find out if I have to make a jump or fall somewhere. Statue? Anything behind the statue? No? No, not at all. Alright, so we killed a warrior jar. Now what? Or like a giant jar. I don't think we... Do we make this fall? It looks like we can. It sort of looks like we can. Okay. Alright, I guess we're gonna do it like this. Alright then. I'm definitely not leaving my attackers to chance. And as a caster, you really shouldn't either. So for those who want to know, we've flip-flopped like a few stat arrangements so far, but our primary build is, you know, the triple caster. So we have equal or roughly equal amounts of faith, intelligence, and arcane, and our goal is to be able to use as many spells and catalysts as possible in order to have a tool bag of things we can do. It may not deal that much damage, but what we have is utility. We have lots of support. Which I tend to gravitate towards these builds. I like them, but I know in Elden Ring Reforged, people really don't care for this sort of grab bag approach. You generally want to pick one or two damage stats and focus. If you have a whole bunch of unrelated points, like a whole bunch of unrelated stat allocations everywhere, you don't do anything damage-wise. You just don't. Alright, I feel like we have to make this fall. I think we're going to end up dying. Or not. Okay. Did I do a good? I think I might have, actually. There's a giant jar. Oh, goodbye. And these spells almost always travel at specific angles. So if you free aim them, so you have to be careful. Ow. Living Jar Warriors. Okay, so that's what they're called. I guess sometimes the naming conventions just don't match up. What can I say? Oh. That's okay. I was like, surely that's not all of it. No, there was a nice trap waiting for us. Did like a giant warrior jar get buried here? I forget who's buried, like the actual lore regarding the Oriza tomb. I know someone significant was buried here. Because the Oriza is a unique name. You don't... Okay, I better wise up or I'm going to die. Dart about all you want. But it turns out that your dodging just wasn't enough. I hate Thrall. I hated the Dark Souls 3 Thralls because the moveset is just annoying. And it's not just, oh, well, they have that, like, rapid dash forward attack that kills. No, they have a whole bunch of other stuff, too. For example, in Dark Souls 3, they actually, some of them that had, like, the hatchets, actually had a four swing backward walking attack, where each time they moved backwards a little bit in like a small straight line back, they would actually swing again. I don't know why I'm making hand gestures at the computer below camera level where no one could see them, but I'm doing that. Yeah, I know what that attack was there for. It's meant to punish getting too close to the thralls immediately after they do a dash, but I definitely feel like we've gotten lost somewhere. I remember the Ariza tomb having the gimmick is kind of a double-edged sword. The gimmick is like a unique idea and everything, but if you're not careful, you will get lost. Yeah, because we've actually managed to backtrack here. Sorry, I had an itch in my teeth. Yeah, I've been functionally low on toothpaste for a while, so I've been brushing as often as I should have, but I've been brushing, but I've been stretching thin on the toothpaste. I guess that's what I should have said. I definitely still feel like I got something just kind of stuck there. I'll take care of it during break. Don't worry. I try especially hard not to do that on camera. I do occasionally have, like, stuff I've got to pick out of my teeth, but I know it's disgusting. People don't want to watch that. It's gross. And what gets me, it's wild. It's wild. People pick their nose on camera and just don't care. I don't understand why. It's one thing to, like, do this motion, right? Or you're not really picking your nose. You're, like, getting the edge of your nose. Or you're getting the bridge of your nose. But there's some people who just don't care and just pick their nose on camera. Oh, when I see this, one, gross. Two, I want to have a brain aneurysm. Because why would you do that on camera? Why would you do this on camera? That is just... You're asking for it. You're asking for people to tune out if they see it. That is not a good way to keep people, watching the stream. Come on. Show some basic respect for hygiene. I don't know, sometimes people can't help themselves. Like, it's not necessarily a controlled response. And really, it's kind of a subtle, there's a psychological or biological response to why people pick their noses, which I'm okay with. Look, people want to pick their noses in their own time. Cool, great, fine. Just not on camera. Have some respect for other people who don't want to see it. Just don't do it on camera. I'm absolutely blown wild. I lose my mind thinking about it. And of course, I do my best not to think about it. But I can only try so hard not to think about it. It's just gross. I'm gonna regret asking this, but does anyone else... I say anyone else like I do it. I don't. But does anyone, like, just do something embarrassing in public like that? You don't have to say what. You don't have to reveal yourself or anything. I'm just curious. Because we're all human. We all do stuff that is just embarrassing. Or it can be embarrassing. Whether it's embarrassing to self or is embarrassing for other people to see. We all have that, whether it's like flatulence in public or um whistling in public, humming in public, something like that. You have actions that people maybe don't want to think about or don't want to witness. Sometimes they'll hum in public. And I'm self-conscious of that, I guess. Maybe it's not so much that it's embarrassing, but do people legitimately do things that they find to be self-conscious? I feel like I have to make this drop here. Yeah, the Ariza Tomb is one of these places that you can just walk in a circle. You can just walk in circles. You can just get lost. Sorry, I have like a broken tooth in the back of my mouth, and I've got like this subtle, would I call it a fixation? No. Is this like have I been missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. What I'm going to do is I'm going to poke around just a little bit longer. If I don't find progress, I'm going to exit. Or not exit. I'm going to take a break, go look it up, and then, come back to you with the way forward. Because this is ridiculous. I should not be messing up on moving forward and the Ariza side tomb, because I have done this. I've done it once, but I have done it. This wasn't a first time LP. A lot of my first time, or not a lot of, but I generally don't do first time LPs. Now, sometimes they become a somewhat first time experience later, but I usually don't start out that way. I like to have a good sense of what I'm doing, so I don't look like a complete dinkus on camera. For some people enjoy that experience, and I probably enjoy that experience, but you're always going to get people who micromanage you. Always. You get people who backseat, and I try to take that into account. So I just, accept that I'm not going to have blind or first-time surprises for, like, the first sections of the game. Later, I will, but... Goodness me, what is going on? I'm legitimately lost. So, I guess what I'm going to do is we're going to take a break. Which will be about 5 minutes. I may be a little longer this time. Because, I'm looking something up. But I'll try to make it quick. As quick as I can. Hopefully within 5 minutes allotted. And with that, I will see you guys after this commercial break. There will be a 90-second ad. So feel free to stretch for at least that long. I am back. So sorry about that. Oh, I did have to go and look up the Ariza side tomb. I had the gimmick correct. I just didn't go far enough in terms of what we were doing. So we actually have to go all the way back. All the way back to the beginning. And I'll kind of go through the guide step by step once we get there. I am taking this from the Fextra Life Wiki, so make of that what you will. The Fextra isn't always right. You know, if it's wrong, then I'll look up another one. But the Oriza, oh god. Oh, I'm glad we only took damage there, because oh my god, I don't know if I wanted to have dealt with the ramifications of this. But we do essentially have to go back to the beginning. That very first window that we didn't explore. It is where we should have jumped. We should have jumped there immediately. So how has everyone's breaks been so far? How is everyone liking the content? All that fun stuff? I hope so. I work hard on it. Granted, I had to look something up, so I guess I didn't work on it as hard as I could have this time. But I don't normally struggle with navigating areas in and from soft titles, and usually when I do struggle, I either figure it out through trial and error beforehand, or I'm just good at picking out the details. Okay, so starting from here, we're basically going to, I believe, come here and go down the steps. Right? Yeah, we come here, take this right, and then as soon as we find the little explosive jars on the left, we make that jump. Just gonna be careful. Always got to be careful in these instances. And get the other ones as well. Explode all you want, little friend. But I don't have to take the explosions. Yep, so now that we're here, once he took that right and dealt with the small exploding jars, we jump. There should be 3 fanged imps. We'll take care of them, and then we'll go into the next room, and then into a cathedral. So, down the steps, and then on the... Oh, hello. I thought a coffee ground was stuck in my teeth. The coffee I had some of the grounds like sift through the filter, like the mesh filters that come in the individual servings of coffee. We have like small K-cup like things that we use to prepare someone's individual cup of coffee. What the hell? Get off me. I'll thank you to not do that again. Goodness. Well, I guess getting bled out's kind of a good thing for us, isn't it? Yep, so we come here, we take this left. Just, it kind of looks like what we were doing before, right? Come through here, there will be an imp off to the right that we're going to use Creeping Rancor to go deal with. Yay. Alright. Interesting. Yep, that whole pathway is basically describing the Perfumer's Cookbook 3, which we already obtained from these corpses in here. So instead, what we do is we go... Yep, dead end. Sorry, I'm having to look at the guide as well as, you know, make sure I'm paying attention to you guys as much as I can be. So we come, you know, after we're done looking like a complete loon. At least I look like the loon anyway. You guys don't look like loons. You guys are just watching. You can't be loons for just watching. You gotta actually say or do something. Hello, imp. Goodbye, imp. And there's one up here as well. Okay. Alcove on the left with a hidden wall. Yup, that's this wall here. Glovewort in the hallway. Help you keep track. I think there's like a glovewort here. Oh, hello. Explode. These things are like literal walking zombies. They just keep going. Goodbye. Okay, so we take this left. Not looking very knowledgeable now, am I? Sometimes it just be like that. Okay. Ports you up to the walkway of the two imps. We dealt with one of them. Notice, we dealt with an imp on this type of walkway earlier, but now we have to kill it again. Why? Well, this is to let you know we're in the different area now. So now what we want to do is proceed backwards. So drop down, going through the water room and up the stairs. What? So we go. I'm gonna go here, even though what's up this set of stairs should be a large warrior jar. Yeah, it should be this. Yep, here he is. So now, backtrace your steps. So now we want to go here. See, this is where we kind of got stumped, right? We didn't get stumped on the basic stuff. It's knowing when to double back. When to double back and when to actually go back forward. That's the trick. And if you're wanting to get everything at the same time, then it could be supremely difficult. Oh, you can do that with that spell? Okay. I think we teleport back, and then we have to teleport back again. Because this will take us to the other room. Because we killed the imp here. And then if we go up this set of this set ladder here, we had an issue, right? So I think technically what we did is we went to the first half of the tomb and then proceeded to get walled. Proceeded to get walled because we didn't double back again. We're gonna find out if I'm right or wrong. So far, this room looks identical, but is it identical? Because looks and appearances are not enough. Oh, only one creeping rancor can be out at a time. Okay. Fine by me. And there was like an exploding jar on the left, wasn't there? No? Okay. Right, so what we have to do is double back again. Right, so what we have to do once we, like, go back. If we go back to the water area, there should be a ladder. If there ain't a ladder, we're in the wrong side. Do I see a ladder? No, I don't see a ladder, which tells us we have to do this trick again. We have to walk over here and teleport to this chest. Yeah, the Ariza side tomb is very difficult. It's one of the most difficult dungeons that someone can do. And it's difficult because you don't know if you're tracing your steps correctly. That's okay. That's why we're doing this together. We can trace our steps together. It'll be great. We can have fun getting lost together. Looking like one of the dead at the same time. So this should be the correct teleporter chest. And then what we do from there... will be to go back to the water room. And, go from there. Yep, look. Yep, this is where we killed that giant jar. But wait, that's exactly what happened. We killed an iron jar. Uh-oh. I have a guide pulled up and still managed to get lost. How did that happen? Exactly? No ladder either. Yeah, we keep getting teleported to the same area over and over again. So... what the heck? Okay, let me come back over this. Back over the... Yep, take the alcove to the left. Left, you will find a ladder. Reach a prayer room. Chest, coffin on both the left and right wall. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go straight and turn right. Yeah, we want to take this chest. So then we go... I'm sorry if I'm not looking at chat or being the most responsive. I am really having to troubleshoot this particular tomb. Had I known we'd be bumping into the Ariza tomb today, I would have come prepared with like a drawing or something to help us out. Right, so we go up this ladder, take this chest. Or take the trap. We're gonna take the trap And then we're going to get teleported to an area that looks pretty similar to where we started. We're going to go up the steps. Yep, we're back here in this room. There will be a small wall formed between two pillars with a lantern. Okay, we want to go around. There was another warrior jar here. Already killed them. Okay, now we take the cathedral chest. I see where I messed up. We take the cathedral chest. So now we go back over here, jump down. And instead of going this way, we now go this way. I'm sorry, this way and this way are the same right now. Now we take this chest. I feel like I'm in the Scooby-Doo Haunted House of Horrors, where they're chasing villains down hallways. Maybe that's not what the location is called, but... Ah, yes. Okay, we're in new territory. And how about the other one, good sir? Let's focus the warrior jars. Thank you. I'm going to keep this up and then try not to use it. So, how is everyone doing so far? Everyone enjoying themselves? I can't imagine so. You know, I had to look some stuff up. I had to look away from chat for a while, but hopefully nobody minded too much. And if people did mind, I guess I can't help you. Okay, have a nice day. Sometimes you have to, or I should say, you have to be able to admit to yourself when you need help. Reach out, get help. Something that people usually have to learn over and over and over and over and over again. And over again. Okay, so... Lever, this opens the boss. Yep. Run back up the stairs to the chest. Do not go down into the water room's chest. So, up this way. Okay, and then we'll be back with the cubic arches, which is exactly what these are. And we should just go straight now, right? Yeah, we're back up in familiar territory. Okay. We're gonna like this boss. Alright. I'm good to close that now. We shouldn't need it. Hello, Codex. Oh, we get a progress reward. Nice. We get a Starlight token. Hello. I don't think we've ever had one of these before. Let's look at our new find. Exchange at the altar of anticipation for valuable gear. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a deep purple glow, what remains of a passing flash of starlight. Exchange at the altar of anticipation for any gear you could imagine. Any gear, any spell even. Doesn't matter where, or when, we'll be able to access it. So we can get, I don't know if we can get +3 stuff here. Anyway, the boss that's here is a Grave Warden duelist. Fun. These are the guys with like the axes and stuff. With like the chain axe. And wearing gladiator helmets and it's kind of scantily clad too for a man. Not much to say about these. We have our procedure. We poison them up and then proceed to conjure some spirit summons and let them take over. You just have less room this time. Nice. I feel like Butel is not having a fun time with these, the pots. Actually, they look like they're having a great time with those pots. Soul Jars of Fortune Ashes. Are these the exploding jars? I would be really curious and happy if they are. Soul Jars of Fortune. Where did I see those? Right here. Yep. Used to summon the spirits of 3 living jars. Summoning consumes HP rather than FP. Oh, these must be good then. These reckless spirits sacrifice themselves to vanquish their summoner's foes and explode upon death. Though their bravery is admirable, their explosions can harm friend as well as foe. They will also immediately explode on contact with fire. Tell the others. Tell them how brightly a fire jar burns. Well, 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 well. Friendly fire spirit ashes that die, like, immediately. They don't even die to removal. They are removed. They are removal. Beautiful. That tomb took entirely too long. Instead of taking 15 minutes, it took closer to like 25. But that is the Oriza side tomb for you. It is not a fun place. Speaking of tombs, though, we have another one. We have the main tomb. Hello, Rune Bear. I'm not interested in what you have for sale. This transaction is canceled. Let's open this. And then when we get to the rest site, we'll actually go back up and teleport. Actually, are you going to be able to do that? I don't know. Let's put on a light if we're going to be in here, though. Now, look at how deep this tomb is. So this is the Oriza tomb. The Oriza Hero's Grave. The last time I was here, this was the furthest point I had gotten. This was after doubling back around to Volcano Manor. I pretty much got here and stopped in my main playthrough. I did everything I could before going through Lanedale proper. Let's rest. And then, additionally, let's go back up. We can always teleport there. I like how we're actually spinning on the map. And that's because the elevator itself is doing a corkscrew. It's just really freaking cool, I guess. Alright, let's go get another binding rune. And then we'll go back and look at that tomb. If I haven't said it, I want to say thank you to everybody who's stopped by, everybody who's chatted even a little bit, to anyone who's lurking, to anyone who's here, who's spread, you know, my streams, like, spread the fact that I am streaming, like, shared the streams, like the streams, all that fun stuff. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. Just wanted you to know that you were appreciated. You are valid, and you are enough. You are enough for me. You don't have to do anything else. Let's decrease the cost of spells just a little bit further. Thank you. I always love cheap spells. The cheap spells are like cheap thrills. They're pretty soon you get used to doing the impossible. The difficult I'll do right now. The impossible will take a little while. 10 points if anyone can tell me what that's... I don't know. A free Prime or gift sub if anyone tells me what that song, where that song comes from. I don't know. I'm trying to do something to... Nah, I'm joking. I mean, I won't joke about... Oh, Lord. I won't joke about the sub, but I will joke about, you know, trying to drum up engagement. Yeah, so the main hero's grave has a bunch of basilisks in it. Yeah, on top of having, like, just many, like, instant death traps and pitfalls every which way, and a cool sword. You can die in the blink of an eye. Golden Epitaph. It is a sacred sword. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, the first of the demigods to die. Infused with the humble prayer of a young boy, "Oh brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." Unique skill, last rites. Raise the epitaph to grant the effect of sacred order to yourself and allies in the vicinity, particularly effective at laying to rest those who live in death. Ah, so Godwyn was probably the person who was deeply connected with the Golden Order. Not Radagon, but or anyone else, but they had their own connection to the Golden Order. And when you pervert things that are part of a natural order, what is left must be unnatural by definition. Yeah, pitfall here if you die. You can't survive that drop and there's nothing there. I'll even use a rainbow stone to sort of show you. If it breaks, the fall is lethal. Stone, yeah, can also be dropped to gauge the distance of a fall. The higher the pitch of a sound, the higher the likelihood of the fall being fatal. Yeah, we don't want to deal with that. But this is going to be nefarious too. It looks empty, right? You see that rune in the middle? That, like, golden pattern of light? We need to, like, get there and get there fast. Well, maybe not so much get there fast as, like, be aware that, you know, there's going to be a trap running back and forth. Another one of these chariot things. You just got to keep going. Can't stop moving. Yeah, just look at how close you are to, like, death. And you don't really have a good way. Notice how that interval, the time taken the time the chariot takes to travel uphill. Wow, I cannot talk. The time it takes for that chariot to travel uphill is too short by the time it returns to us. So what we have to do is wait for this longer driven out chariot to turn back around and then drop down below. That's what we have to do. Can't be up here. And of course, look at these sand. This is kind of like a glorified sand pit. Yep, look at all this death. Which we can, you know, work around, but it's definitely not easy. Had I remembered what was here, I would have packed the, like a Golden Order incantation. The one that, like, reduces Deathblight buildup. Get out of the way. Oh, and you also want to pace yourself in the hero's grave, because it's long. There are a lot of winding passages, and you could die in here really, really easy. Also, there's like a bunch of threats, and I believe there's even a Royal Revenant in here. There's just a lot of stuff. And the grave. Never mind the fact that the traps can kill you instantly. There's Deathblight that can kill you instantly. It's just kind of an unfun place in general. But we'll get through it together. Hopefully I won't go over time, but I'm gonna do my best not to, but we'll get through it. You know, it'll just take some effort. I think the first time I went through the pair of Ariza themed tombs, I was in those tombs for a combined time of like over 6 hours. Which is okay. I mean, most people are probably in here for most people are in here for at least half an hour. Some people, if you're unlucky or just don't get the mechanic, you know, like the tomb itself, you could be here for hours or even days. It's not unheard of. Yeah, also ducking won't help you. I just have to keep moving and move quick. That'll be enough of you. Thanks. And the healing is mostly going to be for... I should just wait until both of them are down the hill. And check for hidden walls. You never know. Yeah, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Well, we're definitely going to go over time now if I keep up. So I'm going to come to a stop early. I know. Ending a stream early, pathetic. But um, I won't mince words. I have a final project. I still have to get it done. I'm on the results section. It's probably the most tedious section I have. I still don't even have the theory half right. Like, I've only got half of it, and I'm not sure it's correct. So I got a ton of work to do. I've also got final homework problem sets and stuff I have to do. So I'm going to be very busy. But on top of that, I don't want to go over time either. The Ariza tomb can take a while. But hopefully after tomorrow, or not tomorrow, after next week, we should actually be approaching or working toward Volcano Manor. All this is technically Lanedale, like the Volcano Manor, the Scorched materia, the dead groves with bosses we haven't fought yet, and like the golden portion of this land that is lorded over by Morgott. Like, all of this is Lanedale, but I'm specifically let's just say I have my reasons for doing things the way I'm doing them. Like, the order matters. I'm trying to recreate a 100% playthrough experience, and that is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Again, sorry for the early end, but I'm a busy man and I've got things to do. If you guys want more action RPG content, just kind of taking a look through through like the pile of streamers that I have here, I'm going to give one shout out to Squillakilla. Yes, he is doing Elden Ring content. All remembrances, hitless attempts. So he's doing challenge runs. You want to see challenge runs? This is going to be the channel for you. If, however, you just want FromSoft content, Lobos Jr. is also doing, I think it's Dark Souls 1. Let me try to look. Yeah, that what I'm looking in the stream thumbnail as like Blighttown. So that's Dark Souls 1 territory. He is currently doing something related to the chat choice challenge. I assume someone gets to pick the game he's playing. Probably subs, if I had to guess. And there will be a charity that he is working toward tomorrow. Yeah, it's St. Jude month, starting tomorrow. Yeah, so if you want to donate towards, ending cancer, go check out St. Jude. Donate to St. Jude. I might even do something like that for the month, or something similar. If nothing happens to me, the next time we stream will be, I don't know why I'm thinking it's Wednesday. On Wednesday we'll be playing some more Mass Effect. We're getting toward the butt end of what we're doing in the Citadel. So we'll actually get to, well, I say butt end. We basically just have to leave. All we do is leave the Citadel, and we're off toward our first, extraplanetary missions. Fun! Yes, fun. That's what I want the patron and sub-series to be. Friday will be some more Grim Dawn over on YouTube. If you want to be a part of that, go to www.youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. That's my main YouTube channel. That's where I do the YouTube exclusive stuff. We do Grim Dawn on there, and eventually we'll get around to doing Elix too. It'll be some of the YouTube will be home to some other, not so actiony RPGs, so things that take a long time to complete, things that have lower octane. And I do not know what's on my floor, but I'm gonna go take care of it after today. Other than that, if you guys like the content, today was kind of quiet, so I can't imagine it. Today's lower octane, but if you do like this sort of content, leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it. Make sure your notifications are on. Following the content is the easiest way to support me for free. Follows do matter. Watch time matters more. So if you're lurking, I don't want to say lurk right, but if you're gonna lurk, make sure the audio isn't muted, because Twitch does track that. And not that Twitch won't count you if you're lurking, but they make a note of that in the statistics. So please, if you need to lurk, unless if I get if you guys have stuff going on in your lives, lurk how you're gonna lurk. I'm just saying, maybe think about it. Try to leave the audio on. This is for any streamer, not just me, any streamer. You want to make sure you're lurking with the audio on. You don't have to have the tab active, but you do need the audio on. Outside of like following the channel, if you do want to support me in a more direct manner, you do get perks for it. You can sub to me using your Twitch Prime. That gets you 6 emotes plus access to my Discord. I'm working on getting the Patreon links up to date, but you'll eventually be able to get similar benefits for Patreon. Probably not the emotes. The emotes are kind of a Twitch thing, but you'll definitely get access on the cheap. Like if you don't maintain like an Amazon Prime account or anything, because Amazon Prime is not cheap, it's expensive. $1 on Patreon will get you into the Discord, and I'll work on fleshing out benefits for Patreon now that I know a little more about how it works. I've pretty much priced the middle and upper tiers of Patreon to be pretty similar to what you get as you increase the tierage on Twitch. I don't know if crossing over platform benefits like this is a good idea, especially if you're promising exclusives, but I'm working on it. But just know there are multiple avenues for financial support. Your financial support goes towards the purchase of new games. They go towards the purchase of equipment, or software, hardware upgrades. Like, your money does not just go to my account and then I don't use it. No, the money is stored until a specific threshold is reached, and then I'm paid out. Or it goes to my savings, and I do my best not to touch it. Other than that, I think I've done enough shilling. There are links. Click on them. You don't have it shouldn't make you commit to anything you don't want to. There are links everywhere. And the panels, most of the panels are interactive. If you want to know where I get emotes from, just ask. I have no problem supplying you to the artist that is doing the emotes or anything else for channel art, really. Yeah, thank you guys so much. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. This has been another episode of Elden Ring, Reforged. Next time, on Wednesday, we'll be playing Mass Effect. We'll be seeing Commander Shepard again. And no, we're not at the point where we get to say, hi, my name is Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Normandy. That's the next game. We're still in ME1, and we're doing a Paragon playthrough. I think you guys will really, really like what's on Wednesday. I encourage you to, if you guys like BioWare titles, I encourage you to tell your friends about this. Let them know, hey, I'm streaming a Mass Effect game, and if you like dialogue and story, then you'll enjoy it. That's all the PSAs. I will see you guys next time. Know that you're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, take care and bye-bye.